Alright then, let's get started, shall we? Excuse me. What's going on, world of YouTube? My name is Grandmaster Scott, and I just noticed something I'm gonna have to fix. But either way, welcome back to episode 7 of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Where we last left off, we made it to the first part of the trial in the DS exclusive. And now we are here. And yes, I know I said I wasn't going to. I'm actually feeling a lot better. Like, check this out. I can breathe through both nostrils without snot. So we are good. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. And the vet appointment went fine, by the way. My cat hated me a bit, but yeah, who cares? So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. So, as a reminder, looking back through the court record, alongside our badge, we have Goodman's ID with his ID number, the King of Prosecutors trophy, for some reason. I know the reason, but still. Edgeworth's knife, the parking stub, the Blue Badger panel, Goodman's autopsy report, fish, yes, Goodman's note on the SL9, Lana's cell phone, the parking lot floor plans, the crime photo, victim's shoe, swiftly not. We have a lot. Luminol testing fluid and the fingerprint set, neither of which should count as evidence. ID card record, which we have some of them already. We know about it, Miles and Mr. Goodman. We got the screwdriver, the lost item report from Goodman, the evidence room floor plan, which is going to be important. We found the pool of blood and 2 handprints, one of which belongs to Marshall, and this rubber glove. Oh, and also an unstable jar, Marshall's fingerprints, and the evidence locker. Overall, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time, and a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope I didn't hold you too long for questioning. You just finished, actually. I'm used to all matters, though. So, how'd it go? Like, how did interrogation go? Is as Mr. Wright suspects, the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. I just remembered the voice I did for her. I basically didn't do a voice, I'm just reading her lines like Christopher Walken, so I'm just taking a random pause. Plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret. I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. This guy. You're the worst client ever. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? It's for the best, Emma. It's for the best. Like, trust me. Like, the dude can get bribed with a Salisbury steak lunch. I don't think he's, you know, trustworthy or competent. We have to play. I'm sorry. I just remember something funny. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. But again, that appointment was just a... actually, I just thought on something. I think about it. I gotta check something with the settings. Okay, category gaming. Okay. We're good. Sorry. I noticed that one of my streams was... that my upcoming Dispatch stream was labeled as a podcast, so I have to change that. I was looking through the video yesterday and I found there's a game called Ball Busters, but it's a trailer. That's hilarious. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... The prosecution is... Your Honor. You see, you gotta worry when the prosecution is... If they were ready, that'd be one thing, but they're... Which is something else to be worried about entirely. I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I see. They're a wizard with prestidigitation. Case closed, Your Honor. Like, the culprit is a D&D wizard with prestidigitation. This is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. And that's what set Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. And then I'm just here, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. That's supposed to be an admirable trait. Like, you're fangirling for the wrong reasons, Emma. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For his first witness, the prosecution calls... the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? The so-called murderer. Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Time to speak in run-on sentences. Because that's the voice we've done for Meekins. Basically, we treat him speaking like a Karen telling you to not harass her by giving you no space. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir, Madam Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is that would be murder, sir. Yeah, great. So you were telling us you're a professional killer. Yes, sir. I'm a hitman, sir. Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is, sir, I want you to call board of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. I don't understand TikTok. Ballbusters is the game about busting a red ball that may or may not be evil and getting upgrades to continue to burst that ball. That's hilarious. That's also hilarious still. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I'm a part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. You can't fault him for not using proper spacing. Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, and then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. He gave me a right proper punch into the face, sir. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. I believe that is an outdated verse of the Bible that was revoked thanks to the ministry of Jesus Christ, sir. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. That means you should never do anything bad to Meekins. Like, you do something petty to him, is he just gonna come after you and just kill you? Also have some very sexy characters. We just don't question things these days. We don't. We really don't. Like, we don't... Although we can question what's wrong with Ubisoft. Did you hear about all the stuff they did? They laid off multiple studios. They canceled a lot of upcoming projects, including the Prince of Persia remake. And that they wonder why they get so much backlash. Yes, sir, he knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Cross-examination time. Okay. Alright. Decided to guard the evidence from that day. Press on that. Why wasn't Marshall there? Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. There's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. Did you hear that Game Freak is making a game that's not Pokemon called Beast of Reincarnate? I did not hear that. I know that last thing I had heard Game Freak doing something was, well, kind of the Mega Dimension. Although I did you hear about Pal World? Like, they are getting even more petty with Game Freak. But I did not hear of Beast of Reincarnate. Let me look that up. Is this still their way of trying to spite the already spiteful Pal World team? Beast of Reincarnation by Game Freak. Set in post-apocalyptic Japan in the year 4026, the game follows Emma the Stealer and her dog Ku as they navigate a world ravaged by corruption and monstrous beasts. The game features a blend of fast-paced katana action and a command-based skill system, allowing players to utilize Ku's skills to enhance their combat effectiveness. Wait. That's just Shin Megami Tensei! I'm pretty sure this is just the plot of an Atlas game. Like, it sounds cool. I'm pretty sure that's just like, let me think. Wright Kuzunoha. There's a lot of things to compare it to. Soul Hackers, Shin Megami Tensei. Heck, I can even say it's like Persona. Like, that just sounds like, that's right to put it, gardening simulator. Junkies, you have to kill a lot of plants that are somehow sentient and taking over a life by taking over animals. Oh no. But that's hilarious, but also, that just sounds like an Atlas game. I can't really think of that being a Game Freak game. Especially with the platforms it's coming on, like PlayStation and Xbox. I'm in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir! The Blue Badger? This is a glowing police mascot decorated by Chief Detective, sir! Animation! I was sure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I am going to have a hard time keeping up that voice. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. Your job is to guard this animated panel. After the awards manifest that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Okay. Suspicious man with the security screen and rushed into the room. So, not the whole testimony. Okay, press on the security screen. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here on my neck. So then, your ID number... Oh, that's right! The ID number list. Alright. Your ID number should be listed on here, right? So, which number? There it is, I found it! This is the one right here! Would you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 498-9596. That's my number, sir. Okay. Number 498-9596. Wait, hang on. That number was used twice. Once at 450, and then again at 415 at the same time of Bruce Goodman's ID. Okay. Which also means he came in 10 minutes after Miles got the screwdriver. It should have been used twice. There we go. Please explain, witness. It's not real mystery, sir. The first time was when I really carried the blue badge to the evidence room. And the second time was when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir, that's when I spotted them on a security camera. Okay, now we have all except for the 777-7777. Alright, when I was suddenly attacked. Press on the attack. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir, a knife. If everyone could have put a knife on him, what happened then? What was me charging in the... What was me charging on it, him like that? He looks suspicious. Yeah, oh my gosh. What was me charging in on him like that? He looks as surprised as I was. What exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into? Wow, you like to throw a lot of shade, Phoenix. That's what I reckon, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, trying to detain me. Have you ever seen Octodad? Sir, have you ever played the game? That's how I got this guy shot in the hand. Maybe you just kept your cool, your hand couldn't bleed. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I got the man by his collar. Okay. But for my life, and then I didn't. What exactly do you mean when you say you didn't? I don't know at the top, but I'm really into Kung Fu films, sir. I really like Jackie Chan, sir. They really let his guard down for just in this, so I snatched a knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew was my concentration to see in my blood, and the next thing I knew. Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir! After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that I was unconscious? Oh. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. Like, timing is important here. So, die between 4 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. Wait, actually, we actually have a full thing on this. Between 4 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. Cause of death, loss of blood from chest wound. So, he probably wasn't killed within the trunk of the car. He probably was killed elsewhere. So, he woke up at 5:30. The call was made at 5:15. Pardon me, was at 5:12. Huh. Hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying to his pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recover, that is. I love it when an officer of the law gets brutally attacked. When I came around, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Mission? You see the blue badges, sir. Return to the entrance for things that are at hand. Oh, we can all rest easy now. Thank God it's safe. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Because again, like, the ID says it was used there, but there's a chance it's not. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gannon delivered it to me just this morning, sir. Oh, thank you, Gant. The chief delivered it? What is that? Videotape? Yes, sir, this is absolutely right, sir. Videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
Objection!
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and I was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Poor Edgeworth. Like, seriously. Like, there's already the suspicions of it about him already, but now, like, they're just out for him. I didn't realize the police would be so petty. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Alright. Well, hi there, friends. Want to see a man get brutally slaughtered in the evidence room? Well, let's see. Well, here's a man in a trench coat. This is how the Blue Badger talks. Now let's go see where he's walking. Something just fell out of that there evidence locker, and we still can't see the darn man's face. Oh, here's a man coming to bludgeon his skull in with a baton. It's not as nice as my baton, but it's still a lethal weapon. Oh, he just got stabbed in the hand. And he just got stabbed in the thorax. Oh gosh, we gotta censor this for public broadcast station. That's right, this is on PBS Kids. And there's a corpse. Well, bye kids. Tomorrow we'll learn about Nzongo Nation. Thank you. Hire me, PBS Kids. I'm sorry, it's always funny when you look at just, he is seething, pupils vibrating. Next episode, we'll learn about becoming a cult. And this episode of PBS Kids was brought to you by Scientology. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. What is the best way to become a cult? How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? Like, how can we comprehend a children's show showing vicious, vivid murder? What the heck was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that was the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir! It's the Blue Badger, sir! Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Video from the security camera placed in the evidence room. Yes, well, anyway, the tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room, and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. Is your voice, sir? Mystery Man. This just came through the scene in the video. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, you opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. Locker you opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Except for one thing you all probably missed during my Blue Badger voice. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim of the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. And I have to go blow my nose. I'm back. The paper with the fingerprints on it. No wonder he unlocked the door. The locker. Like, yes, we've taken a page from the live-action Scooby-Doo movie. Well, the sequel, at least. Alright. The face can be seen in the video. There's no question the other person was Detective Goodman. Except... no one else could have unlocked it. Except there is a problem with this. Check the video. The light's already lit. And according to this, the indicator lamp lights up when it's open. So, it couldn't. So, anyone could have... Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Ridgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. Excuse me. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. This has been too many times. I can't say I'm watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Sir, I'm a Nepo baby, sir! Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man I didn't even get to finish reading his dialogue. Pause. The light's on, meaning it's already open! The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this, Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. Hi, kids! Today we're learning how to burn off your fingerprints! When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match... Hi, kids! I lost part of my hearing! So today, we're gonna learn about hearing aids! I had to do this because the government requires me to do at least 12,000 videos on child-safe lectures. Otherwise, I get federal prison! I really enjoy my Blue Badger voice. Light turns on, and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that is the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong in this picture. Hi, kids! Do you want to learn about evidence fraud? I don't know why we're playing the whole thing again. I really don't know why we're doing this. Okay? The victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Let's rewind a bit. Hi, kids! The suspect just moonwalked. Let's learn about the crimes of Michael Jackson. Here, notice the lights? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. He just choked himself. Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When the door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. I should have really shut my gob. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the system sensor? Something did fall out. Something jammed the sensor. Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well. Let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. Hi, kids! Today we're gonna do YouTube Rewind! Now let's fast forward and rewind again. Okay, no. Okay, I don't see anything that's jammed, except we already know what it'll be. Right here. Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the part I showed you earlier. I have no clue why there's no audio anymore. You're not even getting audio. Were they just sick of the Blue Badger theme? Hi, kids! My soundtrack's gone mute! What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall open when doors are open, sir! I've been following Objection! Thank you for cutting me off, sir! You can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted? Say, between the sensor and the door? Insert it! Hi kids, my world's gone mute! Today we're gonna learn how to pop your eardrums! Like I've heard gum is a real good way to do it. The white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. Try to 3 times to get stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but the crime... Yes, an insulator. But the crime scene, I almost became Officer Meekin. There just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What is this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? Of course. The unstable jar. Take that! I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the... I'm sorry. I just have to... I know this is taking a while, But bear with me, I am just upset as you are. Now then, I would like you all to see something. Not here. Was it here? No, not here. Where did it get captured? It's not capture. Wait, where did it go to? That's weird. Did it even go? No, it didn't even get caught. Whatever. There was a glove. There was a glove. A glove was clearly shown falling out. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. No, I guess that too. The video seemed to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. Yes. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Your Honor, I killed Bruce Goodman, and I assaulted Officer Mike Meekins. Isn't this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. Order, order, order! Do not make me become a JoJo's character! So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Objection! Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Wright? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well. Begin your testimony. Mystery Man 2, Electric Boogaloo. It's one of the things that proves the matters that you couldn't, sir. Show the evidence room was to use an ID card. The ID card is used as a record of it. As the time of the crime, the detective has his card. Except we found it at the scene of the crime. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. We did too. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim. Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. I'm already Super Saiyan. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now, let us move on to the cross-examination. Alright. The ID card. When an ID card is used as a record of it, time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Hey, but we found this. Because we found this card at the other scene of the crime, at the parking lot. So wait, how? Hold it! necroly cards. The cuffs. I keep it here so I won't ever forget. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like this? Maybe I shouldn't wear it on my neck. Remember when I sit 2 out of 3 times and take a second to... Oh wait, I just thought on something! The police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Because I just remembered something. Goodman's lost item report. Half-written document dated 2/21. Wait, I just noticed that 5/9. They got the ID wrong. Interesting. He also never said what the item lost was. Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. I am also complicit in this crime. Prosecutor, yeah. Maybe he's behind it all. Is that man in blue a murderer? Wrong person. You got the wrong color, kid. It would seem the in-court committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on him. Yes, sir, he didn't show me an ID card, sir. Don't you think that's all? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do is show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just patterns? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Oh, what do you think? I'm confused. The problem with the ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. Don't be too hard about it. Let's show them what we've got. What am I missing? Do we present the... lost item reports? There isn't a time for it. It's like, I don't know what to present. Like, we can't really present the screwdriver. Oh, wait. It says AI 16. Wait, we're supposed to end this. No, this might turn out to be a clue that breaks the case.
Objection!
Oh, that was it? Okay, wait a moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have ADHD, sir. Bear it back. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. Oh, wait, that's right! Because you have to put a lost item report when you lose your ID card. So, that proves that it couldn't have been him. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. So hello, welcome to the street. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report. It's only half complete. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order! Order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID cards. I had to go blow my nose again. Excuse me. Order, order, order! Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the lock in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Guy in the stands. Wait, this is a food court? I like a Krispy Kreme donut. Like, order, order! Yes, I'll take I'll take half a dozen, 2 Boston creams, 2 sprinkles, and 2 pumpkin fritters. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case... Excuse me. We must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in the video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... I guess you're right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Back to my challenge with the fool. I had to upgrade my weapon just to get the Bell House, so it's slightly higher than base damage, but it's a requirement for Act 3. Bell House is a requirement for Act 3? Huh. I didn't know that. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Reginald. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. I did everything else and realized you need the Bell House whenever I was doing other playthroughs. Funny part is, you need to figure it out for the last part of the city. If you don't, you can't use sneak in to get the house. I'm surprised that Bell House is a part of, like, the Act 3 requirements. Because, like, is that because you just have to do the side quests that allow you to unlock the Silken Soul quest? A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Yeah. No. I've screwed the pooch. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Mr. Meekins encountered? Officer Meekins. And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Random BS, go! One moment, Your Honor. You need a complete side quest. Yes, but that's the thing. The guy that upgrades your nail gives you a side quest for the pale oil, and that's not what counts. That is not necessarily rank 3. It's just the first upgrade you get counts for the requirements. That is weird. Is it because you were dealing with some of the harder bosses, so they were like, before we continue, let's just do a little, like, damage help? That's my only thought. Kind of like how in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, certain gym requirements were like, have a Pokemon weak to, like, strong against the gym leader. Like, to do Brock's gym. It was like, before we can let you into Brock's gym, you need to have a grass or a water type. Like, that would make sense. Like, in that case, it makes sense. But that also means that you can't beat the game with just the base nail, which is kind of interesting. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. I almost fell for your trap card, Edgeworth, but I have a quick play spell to use on you in that case. What are you talking about? I'm still going to say is base damage because it's not going to matter too much. It's only a couple of points higher than base. That's fair. This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. Security video did not show the actual murder. Instead, it showed a fishing pole. And a metal detector, it looks like. It really does like dragging stuff out. Also, what's the clock sticking out? Jump scare! However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lots. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? If the court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. They have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Time to make a certain Texas Ranger walk herself to the stand. That was a really dumb reference. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? What do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. Prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would like to have testified, what is his or her name? I see. Your Honor, the person I'd like to call is Emma Skye. Is Jake Marshall. Take that! Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. I can't let him know every spell card in my hands. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We should need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. I'm gonna go play at the jungle gym. Alright. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? I'm like a bullet in China's shop. You can't stop me now, Lorna! Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, but you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Our life would be a lot easier if you just opened your gob and told the truth, Lana. I have 3 pale oils in my bag to prove you don't need the upgrades. So these are just, you know, they're just my bath bombs. Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh. Yes, I am. Whoopsie. I am not good at reading rooms. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Hold it! You have a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty, and on top of it, and on top to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Wow. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey, I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. Wait, is that a wacky two-man right next to the Blue Badger? It's like right next to the Blue Badger's little dance. You just see like Waluigi as an inflatable two-man just going. And then right next to him, Grossberg's just being like, oh yes, you'll never know what I was truly doing at the boat shack. Not so? Okay, then he brought what I asked. You mean this, right? It's kind of easier to do the Waluigi voice when you're congested. My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Am I gonna get billed again? Never in a million years would I ever thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy! The SL9 incident. But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Especially considering everything, like a lot of the stuff in this case involves SL9 evidence. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. This guy was a witness? The SL9 files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Let's actually look into this. Closed. Perpetrator, Joe Dark. Ah yes, Joe Dark, and let us not forget his wife, Emily Evil. Crime, serial murder, sentence, death. The victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, and Neil Marshall. Trial data, head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witnesses Lana Sky and Emma Sky. Investigation Task Force, executive investigators Damon Gant and Lana Sky, head investigators Bruce Goodman, and regular investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. Everyone here is involved in this. Except for Meekins, he's just roped in. The worst idea I just thought of wrong clocking, like overclocking. You can forcibly put a different chopper tool on any crest you like, but it does double damage. That sounds horrible. That sounds horrifying. Alright, so Jabates. You got jabated by Joe Dark. Ow, what? Oh, what?
Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there. I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark Killings. The Joe Dark? No, Lana. That's over with. No! You deleted his number from your contacts! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Away I go! Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Whee! Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Also, I just thought of what I just thought of what Officer Meekin's connection could be. He must be the half-second cousin of Jeb Bates. I better take a look at this file. Yeah, we already did. To be continued right now. Why do I have a feeling that this case is going to be a 3-parter for this channel? Trial later. Ooh, I think my ears just popped. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Scott. It didn't come back. I'm flying blind here without a Deus Ex Machina. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. I gotta take some whiskey here, friend. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Hang on, I gotta get wasted, good partner. Me, partner? Well, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross the street when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. Yep, and I'm hammered. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. If you listen closely, a fart will spell out my name. Just... Marshall. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. I'm sorry, this witness is an idiot. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Edgeworth is a fart. Confirmed. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. I'm getting a contact high from this man. Please share with us your testimony on the day of the crime. In plain old English. Speak like you're from the 21st century. My God. Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitudes. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Let me take my knife and shave it off real quick. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? I'm real hammered, you see. He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. You try to figure this man out. I never played Red Dead Redemption 2. My job was... Okay. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day. That's not my style. I checked my 2 security systems anyway. Should I say no, not at the time of my death. Okay. But we know for a fact he wasn't because of the bloody handprints. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even angel steak lunches can beat that part. There's a Vogno sepia pasta. You don't mean to tell us you abandoned your police duty to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. Some of us really like Olive Garden. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. It's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want to raise this year?" But we have his fingerprints there. So, because of the fingerprints?
Objection!
Yep, okay. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. While I go get hammered. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crib. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds. Not once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in.
Objection!
If only I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. Everyone's a nincompoop. I take it you have an explanation for that, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Well, you see, I was trying to shave myself with my knife, and I felt like it was too dull, so I tried to run my fingers along, and then I cut my hand. And at first it was just like, that really hurt. And then I slipped even further. Next thing you know, all the skin on my palm was just ripped clean off, and that's how the thing got covered in blood. Bloodstained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated, despite the fingerprint being found in the bloodstain. Or did you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there is room for doubts. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. That's my chance to prove it. In the same place as the bloodstained handprint, we're going to test the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Except he couldn't have. Because in the... First of all, the place where we found it, it was... No, it's actually theirs. Or wait, was it on the right or the left? I've actually forgotten. Because that doesn't actually explain. It just simply says it was in the evidence room. Excuse me. guess is just present the video? Because I may be wrong.
Objection!
Nope. And that's better. Do I just present his fingerprints again? Wait, is that just what I do?
Objection!
No. Okay. I'm losing points.
Hold it!
Let's just start pressing. Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's gotta do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder. That's right. Well, seemingly like they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Was by chance.
Hold it!
So then, what about the bloody handprints? Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered in my fingerprint. Just so happened. Do this again.
Gosh. I am back.
I mean, isn't it the same as you're killing sentient cereal by eating it? Then at that point, it is correct. We got you, Marshall. We got you. Okay.
Hold it!
Chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Contrary, one could argue just the opposite. Chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me. Yeah, with a mere fingerprint. Wanna know why? I didn't even know who to present here, which is a good thing I have a guide. Oh, okay. There was more to press. Okay.
Hold it!
How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There's a blood stain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Alright, I think we tried that too. Excuse me. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. This one got something. Someone decides to Detective Officer Marshall is a crime. Okay. Hey partner! Hey, welcome to the stream. I am lost, so I'm using my guide. Oh wait, this is another thing I had to press. How do you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said, and I said what I mean. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. And also my steak. and my Smith & Wesson. You see, it'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Maybe his fingerprint powder was never removed from that locker's program. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing this. Oh. On his own locker. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The missile knows where it is by knowing where it isn't. The missile was very sleepy, very eepy, so don't be squeaky deaky around the eepy. I love that. I know that video. I know that Nathan Kessel short. Security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. That wasn't me in that video, right, partner? Oh, wait. That wasn't me in the video. Except he just proved it was.
Objection!
Wrong thing to present. Do I show the tape now?
Objection!
Nope.
Okay, since I'm on my last life, it's time I just start consulting the guide. Oh wait, I just simply depressed.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? You want to tap me to this crap, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video was the only direct evidence you have.
Objection!
But that video was next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots. Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on
Objection!
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
Show the evidence.
Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating... Okay.
I got a water bubble on my... Oh wait, there's no longer a cloth in there. Like, we know that there's a cloth eventually. So it's not there yet. So let's just watch Meekins get beat up again. Oh, the dang bird stabbing with the invitation. Oh, you got the very thing I never got. Alright, then he gets assaulted. There we go. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video! 8 words exact. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witness's home. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. specifically to right before Meekins was beat up. It's not there. The white cloth is gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order! Order! Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. I'm very drunk, you see, so I forget stuff. The murderer needed to had something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. It was just like, why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. He's really just an idiot. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. I mean, the evidence locker. Like, how would I open that locker? I present the locker! Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. But what kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the lockers aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Let me just eat some jerky real quick. Oh, I got one word for you, partner. No! I got more words. I'm screwed. Order, order, order! Witness, explain yourself! If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. And I've seen Madam Webb. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Hang on, I gotta eat this jerky real quick. Ooh, this is some tough jerky right here. Ole! Please answer. Ole! Oh, please answer the question. What is he now? A bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. Down. Have a look at these floor plans. Look at this photograph! There's no place for someone to hide evidence in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. Oh no, it's the mayor of Songclave! Oi! Oi! That's so, then, where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. Let me answer your question with a riddle. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He was, right here.
Take that!
Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless that man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous! Officer Meekins accused the Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. I am not at 100%. Unless he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. What is the evidence room anatomy shows the card, sir? Yes. How did Detective Goodman respond? He simply pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me.
If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Eakins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? Hang on, this jerky's real taut. You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? Still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to bring a detective. Unless you have hard evidence prove that I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. I can just go up there with my knife and just cut it all right off. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond the shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Hang on, I am actually scared now because I already wasted a lot of stuff, so... Well, I cannot have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Excuse me, I gotta get blasted. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Oh. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to basics. The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in the disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. He didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime, and after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? If I look to what I have, the only thought I could have is... Oh wait, we don't have the muffler. Okay. Well, we don't have the muffler on hand, so we need that. Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. The video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Okay, so I should save here. Please show us why the... Okay. Nothing here. It couldn't be the glove, because we found the cloth still in there when we investigated. That is a very convenient... I have no clue what I'm supposed to point to. Alright, I am going to use this as a little makeshift pause because I am just going to use this. Oh, okay. It's just this. Again, this isn't really a spoiler since I already know the game, so this is just to make this go by quicker. For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know what end yet. Yeah. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat! You couldn't just walk out like that. Oh, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, pardon. That actually makes sense about what the white cloth was. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent as you are today, or persistent then as you are today, we wouldn't all have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright. Seems the time has come to play my face down card. Dimension Sphinx. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew the Cherries wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Excuse me. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. That was way too much blood for such a small donation. It's like an anime, you know? You get like a small cut to the forehead, suddenly it's just all that blood. You know, like the nosebleed trope. Like, see pretty girls just like fountains out. Because apparently the human body has more blood in it than it should in anime worlds. Because that means, like, he cut his hand, and his head is just like... I had to do it, but they couldn't just stand by and let it die.
Hold it!
Why not? When you say it, you mean... You even have to ask, partner. It's the line incidents. Years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that way. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When the case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a good look at it myself one more time, no matter what it costs. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? We know why he cares so much about it. That it was my last chance. That's why. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I plan to dig up the evidence. Scares me. Except, like, we do know why, though. Yourself as Goodman. To make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing the evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. That really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor of the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. But you can definitely burn them off at the chemical factory. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But it could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape was erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. The thing is, on that day... Alright. Guide time. Oh, it is just press every statement. Okay. Again, I'm only doing this because I ended up wasting some of my influence points, so I just don't want to have to go back and just waste time. Pulled the knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking the detective for an intruder and demanding to show his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Like, I control everyone's salary. Anyway, he threw himself at me and then ended up cutting and slapping me. Sorry it had to turn out that way. It was me knocking him down and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one I'm shaving myself with? If you look closely, you can still see the blood stains. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. It's like, so, you murdered a man. Say goodbye to your paycheck. This month, at least. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Wait, I have to go. Nose, I am still so congested. time.
When they get void, is when they get voided, only do void attacks. They don't attack.
Alright. Why? I just can't forget the SL9 incident. You know why? We do. The SL9 incident files, one of the victims was Neil Marshall, someone related to him.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file right here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. A list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Aha! You received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? Unless you're talking about the King of Prosecutors award. I don't know why we're sweating over this. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 incidents before I did. That's right. He was killed, and the case fell in your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. We can now confirm that the strands that were there were not a part of his hat. That was actually his hair. My question is, why does it look like... I don't know why I'm in Marshall's voice. I guess he's just really like doing a Western voice. Question is, why does it look like Otto risotto pasta? Like squid ink. It's weird. He was investigating the murders of Damon Gant, and then the deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was a part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Wait, is that just Korean Ace? I don't know. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark looked behind any evidence. That was all we needed. I don't know who Korean Ace is. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what you can say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with the resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Sorry, my throat's a little off, so I'm just taking some Ricola to help. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police departments. Chance. It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Scott.
Objection!
But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial! Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner, and I got the sip of whiskey. All the mysteries of the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye.
Context, I would have said Australian, but Ace already looks in it, can pass as an Australian. By Ace, are you talking about, not Ace Ventura, I have no clue what Ace you're referring to. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Ah! I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Hold it! Emma's back! Your Honor, wait! Emma! The defense is an objection. A scientific objection. We reject to the theory of relativity. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright. Are you this girl's guardian? Mr. Wright, why is there a 16-year-old here? Your Honor? Oh, innocent. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Oh, he's so generous. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both the Sky Sisters were in that file. And that's when I figured it out. I mean, whatever Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprints. Hang on, someone just sent me... Oh my gosh, I just noticed on the Discord messages I got it from my friends. Hang on. Where did they leave it? I gotta help a friend with a little bit of technical difficulties. Okay. Sorry, a streamer friend of mine's having some struggle. I was kind of in shock. Someone pulls out a tases her for a minute. Like, I was kind of in shock. And the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Well, Lana Sky, you're declared guilty. Court sniper, shoot her straight between the eyes. Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, the traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regards to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood. Someone pulls out a straw and a piece of paper, hits her between the eyes with a wet piece of paper. Sniper. Look, I'm on a butt. Just like, look, I'm sorry, but my check hasn't come in, and sniper ammo isn't cheap. So, and I also had to get my gun fixed. So you know what? Until then, you're just getting spit wads. Be lucky I didn't bring my nephew's Nerf guns. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? There is. So I can't do any more use, but still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, why would we... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. Judge's voice is killing me. Whenever I needed to concentrate, it's now. Could be wrong with a handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. Could there be something I'm missing? Objection! This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. Sniper. Apparently the judge and the prosecutors and the lawyers keep taking the rubber restraining bullets, so I have to get more of them. For now you get spit wads. It's like BB gun ammo ain't cheap, man. So until then, here's my high school textbook. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Once again, look at this photograph! Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to bite. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Of course, the Blue Badger! What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Come forth, my royal warrior! Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. Wait, this is where he was dancing at the time of the crime? Well, what? Yeah, I got shot! Spit water right in my hair. That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. I got shot! That time, I don't think it was a spit wad. So it turns out, apparently actual bullets that can like kill a person are actually apparently cheaper than my BB pellets. So yeah, from now on, any of you get something wrong, yeah, you're just getting death. So that means, just what does that exactly mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room. After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. And if we look at the times, we know that at 4:50 was when Meekins brought in the blue badger. Meaning only 2 people could have been there beforehand. 4:40 p.m. was Miles Edgeworth, and at 4:20 was the 7/7s. Sniper, there's a lot of manipulated restraining bullets that were really impractical, but really painful when hit. But they are effective. Sadly, it costs $200 to make 10. Oh my gosh. Wait, hang on. Like, 200 to make a 10. Let me just calculate that, because once again, I am bad at mental math. It cost $20 for a single one, dear lord. Also, let's see. Okay. Just helping a friend out super quick. Just helping a streamer friend out, researching, tapping, like calculating, computing, transferring, everything, detonating. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. I have shown my age. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice! But how I got shot again? One time was captured on tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Hang on. Once again, slumped to the floor, dead. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
Objection!
Like, hit my desk a lot. Sniper. Surprisingly, these spitballs are actually pretty good. Like, you know, it's actually pretty fun. It's actually pretty fun making these spitballs. They're surprisingly effective. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
the murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
Objection!
So then, assuming this murder you propose really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Lincoln's being cut by James Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur, as Mr. Edgeworth says? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show this. Excuse me. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? I couldn't say, so you know what that means. Online guide. The answer is... Oh wait, I knew this. I already knew this because I did look this up before. Right, because we know that there was two things prior. So, the ID card records. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. In order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Oh! The ID card record! Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah! Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 7 sevens. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make any sense. How would Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer, which if this were Danganronpa 1, would have gotten him shot. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7 sevens. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number this 777777 is. We're just gonna call him Sven. Our mystery person is Sven. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Well, unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number Sven belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher, someone who is the so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person.
Objection!
But that's ridiculous! Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. Do not cut me off. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge. You're all whack, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor office operates.
Objection!
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes. No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive.
Objection!
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 77. It's not 7. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. There's a lot of incidents. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I've heard him quite fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Oh no. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Yeah! Why won't you answer him? I didn't get shot, but there was a bullet that flew past my head. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the justice he deserved. Okay, I actually want to look something up real quick for a joke coming up. Alright, well, looks like I helped a friend out. I want to look up something just for a joke. Just making sure I'm... Yes, okay. I just want to time a dumb joke. Like, don't mind me, I'm just doing a dumb joke. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. So Joe Dark was arrested on false evidence. When is Over Heaven? Honestly, pretty close in the lineup. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. I got shot again! Ooh, it's an uproar. Okay, here's my joke. That's what the judge just did in court. What is Over Heaven? Okay, let me actually say what I've got planned for the future right now. So, now that Silk Song is over, taking its place is Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Not only because, well, honestly, just because I haven't done Verso's drafts yet, and I kind of want to, and I also want to show the game off on the channel. Then, once Dispatch is over, I'm going to do probably Metaphor Refantasio next, because honestly, a friend of mine has been streaming it, and I've kind of had the itch to just play it myself, so I kind of want to go back to play that. The fight ends to start in the next episode. It's like, that was the ultimate assault. So, probably once a series opens after those. It unfortunately won't be Ace Attorney because this is going to take a while. So, it'll be a little while before we do Eyes of Heaven. But definitely know, we will be playing Eyes of Heaven on the channel because
I just want to play what I have heard online as considered to be one of the best JoJo's Bizarre Adventure games ever made. Hang on, another... I'll talk to him afterwards. Also, one thing I just want to bring to everyone's attention that I just noticed in the Grandmaster Scott Discord. Not this absolutely making my day 15th anniversary Weekend Whip music video. I'm not going to play this because this is actually by LEGO themselves, meaning there is a risk of copyright. So that is the only reason why I'm not going to play this. But you gotta love that they still love Ninjago. Which makes sense, because this is a franchise that they just simply refuse to let end. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. It really ruined this case. Just a criminal grudge. If it doesn't end, normally it makes it abrupt. Ninjago is love. Ninjago is life. You're not wrong. I mean, Ninjago is good, but you can definitely tell that they are kind of running out of stuff to do because, I mean, there's only so much story you can tell when your premise is just selling toys. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Have you watched the new season? No, but that's just because I'm gonna be honest. I haven't really been watching stuff that's not either superhero stuff, anime, or relating enough to my own interests. Like, the only things that don't follow the first two were stuff like K-pop Demon Hunters and David. Oh, hey! Yeah, but everyone say hello to my nephew Liam in the stream. Yeah, so now we're talking about a serial murder. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. It's Liam, not Leon. Not Liam. It's not Leon, it's Liam. Although I'll let it pass and just assume it's a typo. Just guess. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. Liam. L-I-A-M. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill you. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save you. So that means you... Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Oh, yikes! It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once you finished work. Suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into my office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can
can still see it now. Permanent picture.
This is a hilarious time for my nephew to come in. We're hearing someone's recollection of being one of the last people to survive a serial killer's attack. Me not playing Animal Crossing while watching this. It's like, time to help out my animal friends with their houses, getting bells and just having a good old time with nice music. What's going on? I'll never forget what happened when a man saved me from a serial killer!
What did you see in that instance of the crime occurred?
Why does Joe Dark's hair make him look like an onion? Actually, it looks more like a slime from Dragon Quest.
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
Oh my lord. Beast Crest Coral Tower, good luck.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much.
Something I just want to point out with all this. She's 16, and when this happened, it was 2 years ago. Meaning, she was 14 when this happened. Not me talking with my woolly mammoth bestie while listening to a murder case. It's like, here I am just listening to the sweet beats of a KK Slider. Like, what's going on here? I was 14 when I witnessed a serial killer kill someone protecting me.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instance. I tried, the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
Which surprises me. Like, you can't draw a good picture when you're 14, because, I mean, I was able to draw, even though I drew mostly stick figures, I was still pretty good at drawing when I was a kid. I'm not as good now, but I did it a lot when I was a kid.
2 years ago, I must have been 14.
I already said that. That's understandable.
Not really. If you're 14, you should already be pretty good at drawing.
I feel like that's, like, past the time when you would be good at it.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crimes with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. See, I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly, Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. And so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She was not even able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma.
Something puzzling, indubitably. Something. So, I take a bit, give you this. Yeah, gift for you. The stream. When I was 14, I watched someone die. By the way, this is a base damage Beast Crest Act 3. Yikes.
There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. Can you answer my inquiry, please? What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why did they let a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Now, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. Oh my! She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. So, the pogging pin is accurate here. Alright, Lana, cough it up. Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. Now the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Because to do that, like, you already have police training, but then to go from being a detective to a prosecutor, you then have to do law school. Meaning that, oh, that's why she's so cold to her sister. She's been drained from 2 different academies. A lot of revelations were uncovered at that trial today. Not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I suspected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believe in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. You can be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Grant, I sold my soul for a Philly cheesesteak sandwich, and then I just messed up the trial. Then I falsified the trial, so like my soul had nothing to do with it. I just really wanted a Philly cheesesteak sub. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder in the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. Was the witness Miss Starr said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. Huh. So, also me, I'm canonically 13 and have 2 jobs. Oh, wow. It's like 13 and learning about a serial killer. So, let's learn about the detective Lana Sky. Sure, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. I was across with her, but you know, now she's really cool. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be, including being on a PBS Kids show. They were the best team ever. We solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. I really idolized as your big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? And how rich is your family that you could go from the police academy to law school? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to get experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Still, that's you. No, like my Animal Crossing character 13 has 2 jobs. Oh, child labor. Like, ooh, child labor. Alright, I got things mixed up. Either way, how rich is the Sky family that they were able to afford both the police academy and law school at the same time? Like, kind of at the same time. That is wild. Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Keep in mind, this is early 2000s, so that means it was not expensive. It's expensive. It's still kind of expensive. Oh yeah, okay, that kind of makes sense. They're getting 6,000 bells an hour. They're getting 6,000 bells an hour. It's like, we've got this tarantula farm we're selling to children. It's fantastic. It's just automated living. Oh, I'm actually kind of curious. What was like the price of admission for like a police academy in the early 2000s? Like, let's learn this. How much is Police Academy school fees? Oh wait, hang on, let me specify. The 2000s. Okay, tuition fees range from $1,500 to $3,000 per recruit, including total expenses. The total cost could range from $7,000 to $30,000 or more. And then certain places have like specific costs, so it's still a lot. So that's just for police for academies, for the police academy, which was school tuition in the 2000s. It varies significantly between private and public. Private law schools tuition increased from $21,000 in the 2000s. Okay, so in 2000 it would have been $21,000, and if it was public, it would have been $7,700. So either way, like, their family had to be rich to keep that up. So even if this is the 2000s where it was a little cheaper than today, that's still a lot. What did the Sky family do as a business? I'm not convinced they didn't do anything illicit or illegal. Second in command. That means the investigation lead was David Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. Family getting $80,000 an hour. Like, that's a lot of bells. They don't just have one tarantula farm. They got a lot of them. They're making a killing. You get the bell. You get Turtle Bell. Also, am I the only one who sees this as like a Dark Souls boss introduction? Like the way they're standing, like large man, rigid beard, eyes closed, and a woman with a scarf back to you, with the head tilted, with a single eye looking at you. Am I the only one who sees this as like a Dark Souls boss? Like, it's just or at least a boss from like a Souls-like. Like, it's the Black Rabbit Brotherhood from Lies of P. Like, yeah? Okay, I'm glad I see it too. Now, the real question is, obviously Gant's going to use a heavy weapon like an axe or a great sword. What weapon would Lana use? Would she, like, obviously be a light weapon too. The real question is, would it be like a spear, a bow and arrow, or like a pair of daggers?
Like, I am glad other people are seeing it too. Like, they are a Dark Souls duo. It's like masters of investigation, Lana and Damon. Daggers. Okay, so Damon Gant has. I'm gonna go greatsword because I prefer greatswords, and then she's just got the pair of daggers. The blades of investigation, Lana and Damon. There you go, new Dark Souls boss. She's an alchemist, so she'd be good with daggers, archery, and poisons. I can see that. And not just that, but her bow would work like the bow in Kid Icarus Uprising, where it just turns into daggers. Like, she's got the Kid Icarus bow and arrow that just turns into a pair of blades. Like, FromSoft, give me my money. I just gave you a new Dark Souls boss. Hey, give me my money. Give me my money. Imagine, I would love to be a Dark Souls boss, you know? Like, imagine FromSoft hires people to do their voice recording for you to be a Dark Souls boss. If that happened, what kind of Dark Souls boss would you want to be? Would you want to be like one of the giant ones? Would you want to be one of the relatively sized but disfigured ones? Or one of the normal, like, human-sized ones? They even have the same office. He led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. See, now you tell us! Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall lit down their guards and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Almost called him Drake. Ow. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. In the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What'd you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. Yeah, seriously? After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence. We already knew they were all involved in the SL9 incident. We have the file. I don't buy it. What are you saying? Arena 3, good luck. That's where I first died. There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because he didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of the case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with evidence. That case just might not be over yet. Ella was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant shared. In the office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Alright then.
Excuse me. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Even though I could have just talked to him? Alright. What? The dark case may have been fabricated. That's what I thought all along. I was just never bothered to tell anyone. Now there's a guy who cares about his work. Okay. Let's head to the underground part. Let's head underground. No one's here, not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. Okay? Let's talk with Edgeworth. Never mind. Oh, right! Inquiry Committee. Yeah. Anyone at the entrance? Marshall! Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall! I never thought things would turn out the way when I woke up this morning. Get sada. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? He's my cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go to the evidence room today, partner. Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If there ever was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. My God, am I drunk? Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting to steak lunch today. Too bad. It was a 2-for-1 deal today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It just wasn't me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. Murder weapon? You mean the switchblade with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, the question was raised. Question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match for the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife is not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. The facts have been concealed with forged evidence. That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Star was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. Hey. Defeated by the variant. Oh, that sucks, man. What are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Oh. The enemy at the very end. Oh, I see. Oh, at the very end, I am so sorry. The investigation lead Damon Gant and the second in command Lana Sky. Those two were a soul's boss, alright. He was the warrior tasked with protecting the alchemist's research. Hers was too important. She was close to discovering the secret to eternal life. So by order of the king, Damon Gant greatest knight of the kingdom, was ordered to be her bodyguard. And eventually, they became just a little more than just bodyguard and protected. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana was transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of the police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since he left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secrets. It all started 2 years ago. So that the prosecutor. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. Yeah, we know he had the brains. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors. I knew it! A lot of this comes back to that trophy for some reason. What are you looking at me like that for? It's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have been really close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. Hang on, I gotta have me some liquid courage. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get the guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gantz. You don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Nope. I had more whiskey on hand. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. I'm off to learn what Red Dead Redemption 2 is all about. I've never actually played Red Dead Redemption. Well, okay then. Is Gumshoe back? Crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Bobby actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. No, I've helped plan for Thanksgiving and Christmas get-togethers. Those things can get chaotic, trust me. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right, you can't go... She rolled a nat 20 on persuasion. Well, actually, no, not even a 10. She rolled a 10. She had to have rolled a 10 on that persuasion check. Like, hey, can we go in? Sure. Really? Even though we're not allowed? Oh, hey, you're right, you can't go. Emma, you may be our rogue artificer combo, but you are a terrible rogue. You're a better artificer than rogue. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Like, well, you gave us our directions. You can't really stop us now. Also, how evil do you want to be, Damon Gant? Me. Diddly 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 yes? Oh, where am I? Is this Castlevania? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out the pipe organ. It's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Lil Miss Bach.
Ganon, is that you? It's like, oh no, we gotta play volleyball. Blah, 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 blah.
Never could remember where C was.
Well, hello, neighbor.
Oh, it's you two! He's Gigant. With a paper he was reading in his desk.
So, Rhino, have you been swimming lately? Gatten? It's Gatten, like, this is in badminton. This is Gatten. This is not tennis, this is Gatten. Like, wait, hang on, I actually can make it more accurate. This is gonna be probably one of the dumbest things I've done on this channel. But now I'm ready to play volleyball! Like, I'm ready for tennis, Ganon. I got him! That was the dumbest thing I had ever done. Well, you know what? Just like the Matthew West song, I'm unashamed. Ganton. You know what's actually funny on that? No, there actually is a name for it. In this game I was playing called Sea of Stars, they actually make a reference to that where the final boss, he has an attack called Ganon Ball, which is literally just the Ganon attack from Ocarina of Time of just hitting the orb back at him. And it's called Ganon Ball, which I just love that they made little reference. Zelda, what the F are you doing with Ganondorf? Are you playing tennis? It's like, come on, it's his, like, don't talk at Zelda, it's his serve and this is getting hectic.
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Yeah. It's like, he doesn't talk, he just grunts and yells. It's like, do you take this woman to be your lovely wedded wife? Hiya! I apologize, headphone users.
Provocative statement.
Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. Oh, joy. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's the picture of Lana, Neil, and me. Also, important to point out, that's the King of Prosecutors trophy, and it looks a little different from the one we saw. There's no spear anymore. Oh, and also there's just a statue with an actual sword in its hand. And there's the jar from before. There's a lot of things in here he really shouldn't have shown us. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. What is it with their family and wearing Western outfits? We took it to commemorate our work together. Something not right about this picture. Yeah, I already pointed it out. Can't quite see my finger on it though. I can. The King of Prosecutors trophy, the unstable jar. And team picture. He has to take a long pause. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go get out of here. Let's all go get Outback Steakhouse, you know? You ever had their Alice Springs chicken? My God, is that to die for! Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now let's go get some chicken at Outback Steakhouse. And if you comply, we'll get some bloomin' onion with it. You figure out who the murderer is a bit too late. Task survive! It's like suddenly, like imagine that in real life. Like, you have a conversation with a friend, it starts getting weirdly intense when you talk about a tragedy that happened, and you're like, wait, did you? Suddenly, like, in front, like, above your head, you look up, task survive. Like, what? It's like, at that point, you gotta find the nearest sharp tool near you and just arm yourself. Like, at that point, you're no longer some Joe Schmo. You need to be John Wick and lock in. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend to. Like, come on, get out of here before I say no to Bloomin' Onion. Or I just get my gun. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet after all. Actually, speaking of the Bloomin' Onion, I just want to say my opinion is something. I did a comparison recently with the Bloomin' Onion at Outback Steakhouse, and if you've ever been to Texas Roadhouse, they also have their own version of it. I don't remember what it's called, but they have their own version. I think it's just called Onion Petals, but they have their own version. And I'll say, between the two of them, Texas Roadhouse's is less greasy, but Outbacks are better for one reason: the sauce. The sauce that goes with it is impeccable. Like, seriously, it is good. So, just food for thoughts. Seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief can't deny our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the Chief's office. Excuse me. Still no one here. Can I still at least just go inside? Yes. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe! Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting around so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Joke's on them! I blew my nose in it! Gumshoe's sounds like Detective Gumshoe still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle between you two in court. Sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Edgeworth's crisis. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Honest Guy's the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talents as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those who have talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Rich! Hey, Richards! Keep up the good work! Yes, sir. I said, I don't know why I did like the joke Richard. It's Waluigi. He's Waluigi Gumshoe. Let's go have a lunch again sometime. My treat! Yes, sir! You ought to take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Waluigi? Yes, sir! Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Yikes. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Mr. Edgeworth, even though that had nothing to do with it. Well, did you know anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean, when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. That poor girl, you know? Well, it's her fault, you know? If she hadn't been in that room, you know, Neil Marshall would have been alive. Me.
she never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. It has something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Good idea. Well, first let's learn about Dark's crimes. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. Serial murder. When you forget about who the murder... Oh wait, I already read that, never mind. Wait, me in the stream. Ganon? Meep? Ganon? I'm playing Animal Cross. Mr. Rossetti, I need you. Why can't I find you? It's like, Rossetti, come on. I don't know Animal Crossing that well. He killed the man that witnessed the accident. Oh, the kid walked by just then, so we killed him too. Then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Actually, hang on. I'm actually going to skip all of this because I actually didn't read it, so... He killed the man that witnessed the accident, then he killed the lady who saw the second crime. The kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. My god! That's Tim Burton's A Chronicle series of unfortunate events. Like, my lord, what happened there? It shows that he's a guy who can clean up part of your island. Oh, okay. So he's used for you to decorate. That makes sense. Feels like he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Like, good thing that little child wasn't murdered. It's also just, again, giant swords. Okay, let's show him the switchblade. Not this. Hey, is that? It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. When the Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared in the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before I forget again. Like, quick, before his aide steps in. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. Oh my gosh, my throat. Waluigi's gonna kill me. That's what did me in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. You ever seen the... You remember that one scene from the first episode of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Diamond is Unbreakable, when Josuke punched a guy in the stomach and put his own knife in his own gut? It's like that. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung, A knife tip was found in the room. We don't have the time of death, though. This is faulty. Broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to the murderer, Joe Dark. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? I heard something just fall. What the heck? I think something's happening upstairs. That's just weirding me out. But it's simply, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day she died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. Well, he said any victims, any detective's ID card. Couldn't we just, like, pilfer it off one of them? Knock, knock. Not me picking up weeds because I can't find a stupid dirt-digging mole man. Just like, damn, I just want to clear a section of my mind. Now I just gotta do chores. What do we do to change his mind? I know what to do, but to play coy. Also, I just thought on something. Hang on a sec. Let me look into something real quick with this guide of mine. Wait. No, don't tell. Do not tell me I've messed something up. Hang on a sec, I gotta do a little research on something because I have a feeling I may have messed something up. Okay, I just heard my dad grunt. I gotta go check something. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Thanks. I keep forgetting. I sometimes forget to do that.
I'm back, so I gotta handle my, I gotta handle what I'm handling again. Okay, everything should be connected again. Okay, everything is back. I have no clue what just happened there. Like, I just went to, like, check on my dad, then I blew my nose, used the bathroom, and then suddenly chat disconnected, and it just couldn't connect. So, do I have to, like, fix this again? Let me check, stream. Stream's fine. I have no clue what happened there at all. Alright, I got it all connected back up. Okay, we're good. Oh, and there's been a lot of stuff I think I've missed. Bro, I have 99 plus 30 weeds in my pockets. I'm in here just building a Lego. I took a break because someone gave me a Lego set. Oh, nice. Okay, so let's talk to Edgeworth. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. Looks like he's writing something. Like, and here I am doing this. For no reason. What are you doing here? Sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Sure, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what did you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Well, then. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. You crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth! Is that Detective Gumshoe on the window? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on, first let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. Didn't even look. Like, Waluigi just fell from the sky. What? If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died. This is called burnout. According to science, you can just play a nostalgic game and they can actually help cure burnout. So, you know, play some Mario Galaxy, you'll be fine. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. He might need this, but alright. We got his letter of resignation from him. Maybe we can use this? I'm not gonna talk to him. Excuse me. Oh. What do you care for a quarter pounder of roast beef? Miss Storm. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are curious, so aren't ya? They're kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Dear God, that's a sentence! Really take that sentence in. It's the lunch lady. Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Then I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. I know when this trial was involved in that SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due to transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something?
Do you know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. This star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. I gotta take another Ricola. My throat is killing me. Lunchbox specialist. There we go. Check out every lunchbox Star Angel Angel Star has to offer. We got it. Joe Dark. That's the name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days are steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Macho though. Must have been tough, must have been going through hell. Maybe because of his brother's death. They were close those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. He suddenly became a cowboy. He was actually pretty normal beforehand, really into NFTs. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her. Lana Sky. My sister. The best of the best were put on that Tesla 9 case. Of course they were led by the legendary duo. Ah yes, the Royal Guardsmen and the Royal Alchemists. Lana and Gant. Demon Gods Lana Sky. Once again, the Dark Souls duo. Gant led the investigation and Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Demon God's magnetism in particular was most unreal. His magnetism. By that time, he had his ability to attract evidence. He also had a special ability during his boss fight that lets him literally pull the player towards him. It was a very nasty fight. That's why pillars were your best friend in that fight. And that's also the special attack you get when you get his weapon. He had produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Oh wait, I just realized something. This browser didn't catch up. Let me fix... Alright, hang on. Something's up with my chat, so I've gotta fix it. Okay, that didn't work. Oh wait, maybe just refresh. Oh, that was easy. This lady. Here's a special ability that draws people closer to him, but he drains the life force of whoever comes too close. He's a vampire, you could say. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. I hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if he had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from that shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. The star. That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why she had to turn so cold after that. The legendary parrot was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were able to. In fact, we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while the other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana wanted to become a prosecutor. Let's try to simple as its piss. Huh? Last guy was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gan's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Heaven saw the S9 case's position as chief of security. There was only one thing left for him to control. Oh, Lana. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he can control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how can he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her to change. Last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. And thanks for the quarter-pounder roast beef. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fun cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chief than I've ever been. No problem. Now let's go break into a chief of police office. Oh. Wait. Do I maybe bring up anything on the knife? Where did Gumshoe go? Okay, so not that. Offices? No. Was I actually supposed to talk to Edgeworth? I think so. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do erases that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, but the fact is that the evidence is falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains that no matter what excuse no matter what excuse I might have. I butchered reading that sentence. Mr. Edgeworth. Also, I just want to point out that is probably the last time we will ever talk to either Marshall or Angel Star again. Same with Meekins. I think they're all just not here anymore. Tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. I might now be understanding Tumblr's accusations. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out of the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. Oh no, Meekins is dead! The murderer got him! It's like, yes, well you see, I am the murderer that you never ever saw. It's like, Meekins, no! Because he's just killed. And I think we have the murder weapon with us. He was killed with the Blue Badger panel! He's the killer! I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? This list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is obvious. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Are you finally going to be able to present that? Can you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony of the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. Finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? The screwdriver? Yep. From the AI-16 case. Oh yeah. Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes. There's a piece of evidence in that case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. By case closed half a year ago, is he talking about the Mia case? Because a screwdriver was used in that one for the wiretapping. Is that what he's talking about? Because that'd be kind of a cool comeback. Or a callback. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. Okay. So, first of all, let's be honest. We all know it's Gant, right? Like, we all know the killer's Gant. And I feel like it's odd. So, he had him take that, my guess, as a means of, like, establishing Edgeworth's alibi and keeping him out of the way. This picture was taken on... Look at this photograph! This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. Story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? Is it really? Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with two characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with two items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Those claims contradict each other! Very deceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of the items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the sword abolished. Chief Gant. Like, everything just points back to Gant. Okay, now can I? Yes, okay. I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files, I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. Too bad, I wanted him to play for my friend's bar mitzvah. I gotta admire her persistence, but my answer's still no. Not letting in the chief's office, period. Could be my neck on the line. Oh, this is the last crime scene of the SLI incident. Yep, nothing's gonna change my mind. Not even a letter of resignation. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? Oh, a letter of resignation. No, what? Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? Even the evidence for it is labeled as he's serious. I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with that sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Of course, everyone loves that. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. It's Waluigi time. But here, take my ID card. You can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Police Department ID card. Allows access to areas of the police department open to detectives. Now then, back to Ganondorf. Oh, I just realized something. Damon Gant, Demon King Ganondorf. It all makes sense. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now, they're gumshoes daughter. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out! Game theory, MatPat, hello! Fortunately, it can't be MatPat anymore, he retired. So it'll have to be Tom. Game theory, Tom, hello! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Like, do you have Scrappy? That's the only way a slapping move could have worked. Detective Gumshoe? What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. You're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Which apparently still has the same model as Bruce Goodman's card. Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Oh no. He's just like... Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I have a bad feeling about this. Well, first of all, safe. It's safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is right within tree. I'm a safe cracker. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. Can chat guess what the code is? A 7-digit number. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good guess. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. It's really dumb. Well, now we know who the ID card belongs to. Because, remember the series of 7s at 420? Yup. Yeah, we know. So I think we now know who that belongs to. Either that or he's a gambling addict. What number to enter? Whose birthday was it, pal? 7777777. Oh yes, of course. The 7th of July in the year 7777. My god. He's a time traveler. Oh wait, no, it would have to be 77,777. I love it. We both guessed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 2 people. Yep, both people in chat guessed it. Someone got 2 jackpots and 1 failure in a row. Yikes. And then it would be like 777, and then they just failed like 7 cherry. Oh man. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean... Wait, does that mean every single executive officer has the series of 7s? 777777? That ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. I didn't even pay attention. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Hang on, I just want to check something out of curiosity. We can just leave. Curiosity? No, okay. Slide to the right. Is there any money inside? How much does he have stashed in there? Ah, sweet, drug money! Someone got to... Oh, I... Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. Lame. This one even fetched me $1 at the antique store. It somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It's like a piece of leather cloth. Slide to the left, slide to the right. Curious, exactly the same joke. Cha-cha real smooth. Let's get to work. Like, you can do the cha-cha slide in Animal Crossing now. That's awesome. That's actually legitimately awesome. I love that. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Well, it was just a... Is that it? Is that all there was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Right, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these 2 items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. We already know what we have to do. Oh, wait, do I just simply have to present first? Okay, first, the unstable jar. Did you have a good look at this jar? I remember when the 3 of us put that back together. Those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. That was like yesterday. Was this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 sticker on it. Excuse me. Does this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? I mean, this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Like, the neurons are firing. Now you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble the fragments. Alright, let me see that shard. I'll have a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. I can piece this together again. It'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Well, that was easy. That's it. There. Fits like a charm. That of course means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. Think of that now, y'all. Someone calling on me, partner? Y'all just found an unstable jar. Hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached, it's different from the others. Blood! There's a reddish line on it. Reddish line. Also, real talk! I don't understand the stability of this jar. There is no way that thing can stand upright and not be knocked over with like the slightest bump. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in a safe? Unstable jar, evidence from the SL9 incident, final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe, blood traces. And the other thing? Fingerprint sets. If it jumps you, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? Screw it, you detective. Alright, go to town, Cheech. What are you doing? Why are you just sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. Oh my gosh, you're an idiot. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the sink. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, what's with your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth, then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. Are you my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. You don't have to tell me what to do, you're not my mom! Let's get this over with. Oh. Riveting. It was probably a lot more fun when it was on touchscreen, to be fair. But still, just make it just a white void. Oh, give it my best shot. Nope. Great. Let's try the fingers. And blow. There we go! That's a good fingerprint! And as for who they match with... Shaw, real smooth! Chad has now devolved into the cha-cha slide. Nice. And also... they're Emma's prints. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, found a match? Whose fingerprints are? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you, while we're here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth. Found in the Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. That's on the other side of your room. Is that my sister's?
Yes, that's when I was waiting for Lana on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it here.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He called us of himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at that time. It's like, man, you should have seen him drunk. Bro was just doing a magic mic performance, stripping on tables. Like, I wish I could have unseen that. He looks jacked, but he's actually got a serious dad bod. Get good now, y'all. Slide to the left. You die to the right. I see. So ever since on the left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. So what can you tell me about Gant? Can I ask you something? Nose to the left, nose to the right. Pogo pogo, Pantheon 5, let's go! Nice. Pantheon 5. Sorry, just PTSD. Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it. Okay, no. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on, not so fast, buddy. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Don't just let it go like that. Sorry, this guy's gonna get on my nerves. To be fair, Phoenix, it was right there. It was bothering you. You two don't think Chief Gantz might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gantz. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Well, I think he should stay off of PBS Kids. Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Is there anything else? This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayers' dollars must have gone into this room? Like, what were my taxpayer dollars being spent on? Pipe organ and a suit of armor. What? You mean we're paying for this? Oh my gosh. Also, I just realized we went past 4:30, so we're gonna finish this investigation and then wrap up. That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my Emma, no! She's a tax evader! You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what she's saying. Who knows? Chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. It's like Hitman all over. It's like Hitman. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. He's a contortionist. That wouldn't work here earlier. Oh, hey, okay. Where what he was reading? This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this now. Look at the case thing. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. It's too short. Most lists run twice as long. What ho? What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. List of evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. Well, was I any help? Yes, you were. Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very nice, is it, friends? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless? That's a real bummer! Isn't that right, you in the coat? Yeah, Chief Gant? We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. By that I mean I saw a neon sign pointing me back here, so I just followed it. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought I was a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? I swear, that dog was on a leash, but he bit it off. Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir, sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Jump off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Long pause. Now get out, friendo! Yes, sir. I'll be hearing from my lawyer. We'll be on our way to that. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair! Don't go yet! Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair? You're free to go! Mr. Wright? Oh no. She's a 16-year-old left in the hands of a 65-year-old. Ew! Uh-oh! Well, jail time! It's like, well, Emma, you're about to be a victim of Dan Schneider and Jared from Subway. I'm sorry. I'll go hire an assassin to avenge your death. Well, she's dead. Or at least never gonna be the same again. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go in there sneaking like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Ganta was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get that picture. But why was she kept really silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. I gotta get my job back. Why do I smell baby oil? Like, no, it's a ditty party. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Sure, the police just want to ask her some questions. They want to know if she like scented baby oil or not. I don't even know if there is scented baby oil. Well, in their case, there probably is. Like, the original case. Like, this went from the SL9 incident to a murder in 2 places at the same time to the diddler on the roof. So, Lana, your sister's gone. She's been Epstein. So, yeah, we won't be able to hear from her for a few months. So, until then, can I borrow your credit card? Since you're going to prison, you won't need your funds. So I'm gonna go on the dark web and hire an assassin. You know, I heard this one called Thorn Princess. She might be really helpful with it. I heard she's very effective. A little overseas though, so it'll be a little pricey. So hope you didn't want to buy anything in prison. Bye. A lot of layers to that joke. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it now. Your sister's dead. She's long dead. Tomorrow's the final day in course. Well, yep. A lot of stuff just happened in that sentence there. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe you did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Trilogy. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. You did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth. Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. I believe he also mentioned something about you being on Facebook. That's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Now then, I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Of course. Mike Meekins! Like you're scared of him and the way he speaks. Yeah.
Take that!
Well, Miss Sky, you were at the Diddy party, were you not? Mr. Wright? We're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. She's still not ready to spill beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what he did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gamp's name was not mentioned? Chief Gamp? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gantz. If you intend to accuse Chief Gantz, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gantz falsified evidence in that case. We could use the knife. There's two things. Actually, no, it's probably the jar because he kept the fragments. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Oh, both would work. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. The murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. Can you do that, friendo? You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. Murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck inside it. Oh. Karma. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave the knife in it. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Question! Why? Why did you stab him with the other knife inside? You could have just left the knife in and just disposed of the body as is. There was no need for any of that. Like, you could have just simply carried the body out. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Oh, don't you know that I'll always get you no matter what the case is? I'm the cough-up queen. Now eat your steak. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? Love how we're talking murder! Alright, so, yeah. It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. Before it got out, which it would, reporters would have a field day with that. Okay, that makes sense. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and asked her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. So I wanted my sister to be complacent in a murder instead. I like the fact the officer in the background has been there for all the episodes but hasn't said anything even though he's in the background. Well, he has said some things like what a normal thing to do. But, he has talked before, when Lana was saying, you didn't want that paycheck when she said she didn't want visitors. But at the same time, this case isn't on canon. So it does mean, outside of this, he has never talked. So he just stands there not talking. Like one of the Buckingham Palace guards. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? He's already drunk. The lead investigator of the S9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seemed that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card. Excuse me. But it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. Wow. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, there's still so many other things to add. You earn my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Like, why was he using you specifically all this time? And why did he conceal the evidence? Like, there's still stuff he never explained, Lana. Oh well, that'll be next time. That'll be next Friday. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued next Friday. Because it has gone long enough. And there's still a lot of dialogue. So we will finish the final day next time. So until then, while I am still congested, I'll be ending the stream right here. Also, I just thought on something. Should I, because I only really use this camera for this, should I expand chat to be more like this in the middle so it feels more kind of like credits? Like, should I do this so it's like this for when we wrap up? Or should I keep it in the corner like I usually do? Like, I'll let chat decide, and then I'll do my outro. Keep it here? Okay, yeah, well, in that case, I'll be ending today's stream right here. Thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed this kind of content, be sure to subscribe. Comment down below since it helps me connect with you guys. Like the video so there's more of what you want to see. Share videos so more people know this channel even exists. And don't forget to hit that bell so you know when I go live. I mean, you could also scroll it over to the left so we can see your face more. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. And then it kind of looks a little askew. I think I'd rather it be in the middle. Let me just... I don't know. I kind of just prefer it like this. Yeah, I'm going to keep it like this. Actually, no. I'm putting it over to the side. There. Now you can't see David Tennant. Okay, until next time, see ya guys!